Alrighty, let's do this. Man, these streams are strange, if I'm going to be flat out honest. Welcome there again, travelers, to another peculiar and strange and awkward Bible study devotional where you guys can just peer in and see how we're doing these little Bible study things, which I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if I'm doing these things right, but it seems like we have the technology to peer into some commentaries and hopefully try to meditate on God's word. And it does actually make me wonder, because I know sometimes it isn't really brought up in the scriptures, but sometimes it does kind of make me wonder if some of the characters that we study in God's word, were they ever struggling with any concepts of God's word? I mean, I guess there are parts that they do kind of mention it, but it is something that is a little less, generally I think we tend to look at the strengths of their characters, right? So yeah, but I was thinking about it yesterday because I've been thinking about how can we heal envy and jealousy in others, right? I know if you look that up, and if you look that up right now, you Google it, you put in sermons and stuff like that. Well, actually, I haven't looked it up on YouTube. There actually might be there probably is some sermons on it. But in terms of commentaries, I couldn't find any on how do we heal envy and jealousy in others. I understand when you type that in, they always bring it upon ourselves, that when we get envious and jealous. But I think there should be an awareness that we have, especially upon people's mindsets. Imagine if you just go everywhere and everybody's just envious and jealous of you. I think that would be a little weird, but I also think looking into parts of modern society, I think there also is a bit of intrigue in envy and jealousy and even coveting, and we can even see that even if we look at some of the gnarly streamers that have thousands and thousands and thousands of people watching them, right? Sometimes they have these crazy lives, and they just have, they have all these things and stuff like this, which is cool, Sometimes they've worked really hard for those things that they've gotten. But sometimes you will notice that there is this level of envy from their audience. Like, why? They don't deserve that. We deserve that, or something like that, right? And it's really strange, and it's really odd to think about that. And man, as I peer deeper and deeper into the roots of envy and jealousy, bro, it's brutal, dude. That's what stemmed. I mean, I guess this is what some pastors and commentaries say. This is what stemmed the very first murder in the Bible, man, was because of envy. It's just so gnarly to think about that. And when I think about that, I just go, man, if that stemmed the first murder in the Bible with Cain and Abel, how many bodies are piled up right now that have just died because of envy and jealousy? And it's actually sad. It's probably so far up there in terms of like how many I would even say millions and millions of people that have died because of this negative emotion, man. And it's really weird, right? And I do remember this Christian book. I don't know why I'm even holding this right now, but I do remember there's this Christian book on envy and jealousy, and there is this part where I know I bring it up many times, but they brought in the importance of the commandment of coveting, right? Thou shalt not covet, right? Thou shalt not covet your neighbor's ox or your donkey or his wife or something like that, right? Seems fairly simple, and it was weird because I think most of us have heard that, but until I read this Christian book in the perspective of this believer, it literally changed my life, and it was really weird, right? And basically, I know I brought it up many times, but in layman's terms, in simple terms, it's comparisons, right? Comparisons. When we compare our life with somebody else, even though most humans do compare because we are kind of comparative creatures. I mean, even if we look into how we're raised up in schooling, right? Well, what happens? Well, there's kind of like a test sometimes we have to take, and we have to compare. Well, if I don't get a good grade, then I am seen as less than. I am seen as a failure or something like this, right? So in some weird level, we are kind of brought up and learned, maybe unintentionally, about comparisons, right? But what this book was telling, well, they didn't really go into that in the book anyway, but now as they peer deeper into the looking glass, it does seem that this is occurring. And the thing is that what this book was kind of going into is that comparisons can open the portal, open the gateway into envy and jealousy, right? And envy and jealousy left unchecked can lead us into coveting. Coveting, just, and then us comparing our lives with other people's lives at such a point where we will actually start to look down upon ourselves. We go, man, and then we start feeling bad about ourselves. We start feeling bad about our state. We start feeling like the world is unfair and everything's pitted against us and stuff like this. And this can lead people into the mindset of depression, of sadness, of, unfortunately, what this book was going down to, even in the later parts of the road, it can even lead people into suicidal ideations. Now, what was also weird about it is that it said that it stems. So some people, in terms of coveting and jealousy and envy, it's either people go kind of in two directions. Well, this is what this book was saying. Is some people get sad and depressed at their life, and that could lead into negative things down the road. Or it's the other way around. People get frustrated and angry and wrathful, and this is what stemmed people into wanting to steal things. They're like, oh, well, I'm going to, you know what, he doesn't deserve that. I'm just going to steal that from that person, right? And then that's what causes people to steal that. And unfortunately, even on the anger side, that is even what caused, just like what many pastors and commentaries brought up, the very first murder in the scriptures of Cain and Abel. Cain murdering Abel. It's crazy, with a stone, right? And it's really crazy, and it's really sad, actually. And basically what this book was going into is they were saying that coveting can be a root commandment, because unfortunately coveting, if you really look down in the roots of it, the roots spread into all these, a multitude of different sins. And it's actually crazy, because that's actually what James brings up, right? I don't remember the verse. I don't know if you guys remember the verse. There's the verse that we looked up yesterday. I mean, I guess I could just look it up right now, but it's literally the verse that we looked up yesterday. Well, I guess I'll just look it up right now, so it doesn't seem like I'm making something up. It's the envy James verse. It's like where envy and jealousy is, that's where you'll find like every evil and vile practice right here. This one right here. For where jealousy and selfish ambition exist, there will be disorder and every vile practice, right? And it's kind of crazy reading some of these different translations. For where there is jealousy and selfish ambition, there you will find disorder and evil of every kind, right? And it's just really crazy. And I guess the KJV, and so it's interesting, right? The KJV actually says, for where envying and strife is, there is confusion and every evil work. Wow, that's actually very interesting. Holy moly. I didn't read the KJV version yet. I honestly really like the KJV version right there. For where envying and strife is, there is confusion and every evil work. I think that is such a good one, because I honestly think that does confuse people at times. It confuses people now, especially when we're envious of people. We just go, why is it like that? Why can't I be at that point, or something like that, right? And it's weird. It's strange. And I honestly wish I wish everybody just had the ability. Imagine if we could just heal envy and jealousy from everybody. But the thing is, this is actually what kind of the book went into, or it's actually, I didn't even read the entire book. You know what I did? I skimmed through and I saw this little paragraph thing. I just read this paragraph in this Christian book in Barnes & Noble, right? And what this book was kind of going into as well, which was very strange. It almost felt like something out of Fight Club or something like that. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie. But what this book was going into, or what this pastor was going into, is he was saying that, unfortunately, in our modern societies that I guess depending on if you live out in the wilderness, you might be Amish or Mennonite, or you might just live on the countryside. So it might not apply to you as greatly. But in most cases, I think most of us are within modern society in an economic churning wheel in some sorts. But the thing what this book was saying is, unfortunately, the very economy that we live in, many times these companies, these corporations, they actually want you to covet. They want you to feel envious and jealous. They want you to feel these negative emotions, because it's strange. I mean, I don't know if I totally agree with it, but I have heard some people say when you can rile people's negative emotions up, they're more easily to be manipulated, and they're more easy to be controlled in some degree, because you can almost kind of control people through a subtle emotional play upon the mind. And it's really weird, right? And what this book was saying is sometimes it's so subtle, right? Sometimes envying and jealousy and coveting is so subtle that we don't even realize that we're coveting. We don't even realize that we're envious. We don't even realize that we're jealous of one another. And this is the scary part, right? This is the scary part about, I would like to even consider this as all these sins kind of bottled up in one, right? And yeah, it's odd. And I guess that's maybe why it's kind of hard to speak on, and maybe why there isn't many commentaries on how do we heal envy and jealousy in other people, right? And it's weird because I was like thinking about it, and for me personally, now this is my own opinions now, just because I couldn't find a commentary on it, but I kept thinking about how the Lord Jesus Christ lived and how he was said to be homeless and stuff like this. I know it seems crazy, right? It's actually very strange to think about. But also, there's this one verse that says, like, from his stripes we are healed. I don't know exactly. There's a verse in there that says something like that, right? And I'm like, that's so strange, right? And I started thinking about, like, the homeless, right? And I just go, I have never met anybody. Well, maybe me personally, I've never met anybody that was just like, you know what? I am really envious of that guy's life. That homeless guy out there, I want what he wants right there. Right? It's almost like the opposite. You almost think the opposite of them. You go, wait a minute, we need to stay away from this person. This person probably seems crazy, and it's almost the opposite, right? And then I had this weird epiphany, right, where it was like, it's so strange because sometimes I think observing the downtrodden and observing the homeless and stuff like this, I think sometimes it actually bolsters people's emotions up, because they go, wait a minute, well, I guess it could always be worse. You know, imagine if you're frustrated. Imagine, I've literally seen this in Long Beach, right, where people are like driving these really nice cars and they just get frustrated, and then there's just like homeless people that are joyful, right? And you're just like, what in the world am I even looking at right here, right? And in some weird way, I know this sounds strange, but what if the Lord could even be using some of the least of these, which we kind of been trying to draw, and they're actually really hard to draw without making them look awkward and stuff like that. But what if somehow the least of these could even somehow be encouraging other people around them at the expense of them being humiliated, right? And it kind of makes me wonder about like the level of being humble, right? And I don't know. I probably make no sense whatsoever. Have you guys ever felt envious of a homeless person or something like that? It's I don't know, it's weird. But also, there's so many facets to this that are much more complex, because I mean, we can even go into the fact of, like, you know, in our modern society, most of us work, and we kind of live in this society where the more work you put into something, the higher up the ladder you're going to go, right? And sometimes we don't really understand that people are up at that top of the mountain or something. We don't really understand that they actually went through this entire hard work of all what they did to get there, right? And so that could lead into a whole bunch of like envy and jealousy and stuff like that. And it's very odd to think about all this stuff. But anyway, we're gonna look up this verse right here. And sorry, Bambina Dulce. Well, welcome again to these very strange Bible studies, which please take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm just kind of here just trying to, it's weird because actually today and yesterday, no, I guess it was yesterday personally, this is kind of what's a little challenging with some of these Bible studies, because sometimes I'm like, because, you know, sometimes I get used to always finding a commentary, you know, always just, you know, you Google something, you find it, you're like, boom, okay, I'm going to just find this topic. And I thought that there would be a lot of commentaries on this topic of how do we heal envy and jealousy in other people, but there actually isn't. And if you guys are a pastor out there or a believer, yeah, you don't even have to be a pastor. I think anybody should be thinking about this stuff. I think it is good to think about, especially thinking about the impacts of what envy and jealousy can do upon the psyche. And even thinking about what James says, that every evil practice and, the envy, the confusion and all this stuff, it's like, I think the less of this that we could heal, or the more we could heal this in people, hopefully that we would bolster people up. And it's odd when I say bolster people up. It's strange when I think about that. But I also think about like paladins in some degree, right? And paladins, what do? It's like, I don't know if you guys have ever played as any art. I know I bring up the paladin a lot, but I meet a lot of, I meet believers that play paladin. Even there's this guy there's a bunch of people on Twitch that are believers. They main paladins. There's one dude, his name's Pally Cole. He plays WoW. He reads a Got Questions thing before he plays, and I think it's really awesome, right? But the thing is I have noticed in most RPG games, now I don't know why it is, who started this trend or this archetype, but basically if you play the paladin, it's kind of like, they're kind of like healers. They're like healers, but also they can tank and do damage and stuff like that, which I kind of wanted not be doing as much. I would maybe want to be more in like tank healing aspect or something like that. The thing is that if you see a lot of RPG games, what the paladin does, the paladin goes in, and anybody that's around the paladin, they get like buffs. You get like an aura. You get this aura of like where your stats get increased and stuff like this. And it's really weird because it's just so odd, right? Because sometimes I feel this way with certain believers. Maybe not, yeah, I would have to say certain believers. Sometimes I actually feel with some believers I meet, it's almost like they drain me of like, sometimes they make me feel a little bit more negative than I actually should be, which maybe that's not in part, that's probably my own psyche, but sometimes when I have met some believers that, it just seems like they're just yelling. They're just like yelling at people, and there's just this negative energy, man. And it's like, I can just tell, like, it's just like, I don't know if you guys can, sometimes those street preachers where you like see them and they're just like, they have the microphone and they're just like yelling at people. Sometimes I get this like, there's like this kind of like, it's almost like there's this negative, people come up and then they ask these questions, and these questions are hard, and it's kind of like, I don't know, it just kind of feels like, I don't want, me personally, shout outs to those guys that do that, because I know that's very hard. I just feel like I don't want to be in that. I honestly don't think I could handle that sort of situation of just having to, just like that push and pull of it just seems stressful, and I just feel like, I've never personally, every time I talk to other believers, they just say, man, it probably almost seems like they're not really leading more people to Christ. It almost seems like they're repelling more people away, right? But I don't know. Not everybody's the same. I don't want to lump everybody all, because I know there's some amazing street preachers and stuff like that. I just feel like, and maybe that's what God calls them to do. So I don't know, right? Maybe we all just thinking about the body of Christ. Maybe that's their gifting or something like that. And I just don't. I could not do it that way. And I don't know. It's gnarly. But yeah. Anyway, we're gonna go into these verses right here, right? And these verses are pretty important in terms of, but he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me. These verses are pretty, I feel like if we were to ask most believers about these verses, they have probably heard about these. And when I was thinking about these, I was kind of also thinking about envy and jealousy, and also thinking about kind of the drawing that we did yesterday about like kind of like the least of these homeless kind of guy, and I'm like, wow, that's so odd when I read this again, right? It's weird that Paul says he boasts in his weaknesses. Now, we have done many Bible studies on these exact verses right here, right? And what's weird is that in our modern society, I've been bringing up our modern society so many times, right? It's just like, the thing is that most of the times we want to put our best foot forward. We don't want to show our weaknesses. And it's odd, because now that I think if Paul is talking about, he's boasting in his weaknesses, like these are my weaknesses and stuff like that, right? it kind of makes me wonder if that brings in a little bit more of a relatability to other people and their weaknesses, because it seems like we all have weaknesses in some regard, right? And it's odd to think about that, right? So we're going to read a commentary on this one right here, and let's see what it says. So let's look up 2 Corinthians 12:9, and let's see if we can find well, I know we can find a commentary because I've looked up this verse many times. So we're going in 2 Cor 12:9. Let me put the little thing 9 commentary. Let's try and which one should we read up in here? I feel like shouldn't this be purple? I feel like I've already got questions one. I guess that's not. Should we do that one? I kind of want to do the weaknesses one. What does it mean to boast in our weaknesses? Maybe that's the one that I read, or maybe I should read the one that I haven't read. Let's go into the weaknesses one. Yeah. Or wait, there's actually 2 of them. Okay, what about this one? What is this one going to say? Okay, well, let's just read this one. I've got questions. How is God's strength made perfect in weakness? All right. And here's actually another, it's so weird even just reading this one right now, just reading this verse, that little part of that verse right there, because it does make me think about some of the homeless people that I have met that were mysterious believers, right? And there's actually a pretty big gap there's like a giant, it's almost, sometimes it's like night and day. Like night and day, it's actually crazy, right? Where like, man, I've met some homeless people and they're just so far gone where it's just like they don't even care about their life anymore. They don't care what happens to them. They're just begging for money to get a 5th of alcohol so they get pass out at night because they haven't like showered in months on end, or they have a festering wound because they've just been shooting up drugs and stuff like that. It's gnarly and it's almost like zombie, like it's scary. Which I also want to say and reload, because I actually, now I'm thinking about, there are some younger people that I think that do watch this stream in some regard. So I also want to say you want to be very careful. Honestly, you probably be asking your parents. You don't want to be just helping some random homeless. I mean, I guess depending on what your conviction is on that. Honestly, I think if you're too young, you shouldn't even be on this platform. I don't even know why some people would be on that platform, but I actually do know that there are some. Well, I guess we've met one that was actually a BMX rider. The thing is that the BMX bike, actually, you can see a lot of parts of these levels of humanity, which I find it odd. If you look up the animal can I eat video, it's I still wonder, man. I just laugh at it now, but I was watching that video when I was, me and my friends that were like, we were like kids watching that video, because all the older BMX riders, they thought it was all cool and stuff like this, right? And I just remember as a kid, I was literally watching that video, and I look back at that video. We just watched it yesterday. That's actually that's the stemming of that inspiration of the drawing that I did yesterday, right? With the guy with the shopping cart thing, with the and it's just so weird when I watch it over again, because I'm like, dude, these guys are in. When I rewatch it as I'm older now, I'm like, dude, these guys are in the straight up the hood, dude. Like these guys are like in these crusty areas, locations, like, and you see some wild stuff out there, and you see levels of humanity that will shock you. You will see straight up like zombies out there. Like, I mean, I don't want to even call them zombies. Just people on fentanyl and heroin, and people just yelling out, talking to themselves on meth and stuff like that. You will see some crazy stuff out there, right? On this BMX bike right here, you could see, and it's just odd, right? And the weird thing is this kind of like the BMX bike or skateboarding or something. It kind of opts you into looking at things, looking for spots, right? Well, I guess if you get into like street riding, right? Because people want to find spots, right? There's like this thing in skateboarding and BMX riding where it's like you want to find like a spot for a camera, or maybe somebody hasn't done a trick on it, or maybe it's just a really it's almost like a spot that you see at a skate park, right? But the thing is sometimes these skate park spots, you can find them out in the streets and stuff sometimes, right? And because of that, it makes BMX riders and skateboarders and scooters or whoever out there, it makes people look into the cities, right? And look into all these nooks and crannies of their towns and stuff like this. It's actually hilarious, right? But because of that, you get to have a lay of the land, which I think I'm going to be honest. I think most BMX riders and skateboarders, they have a deeper level of they have a deeper level of the lay of the lands, right? Because you can go in there, right? And it's like it's strange, right? And when you get to see the levels of humanity, man, it's just I'm going to be honest, it's kind of eye-opening. Especially, I started noticing, especially talking to some of the homeless people and stuff like that, especially in Long Beach and stuff like that, that there's something that many pastors don't really bring up many times, which I understand why, because most churches are more into the realms of like congregations with family members, and their family members, you don't want to maybe show a bad example or something like that. But I will be honest, there is this very, very, very strange like homeless Christian scene, which I'm going to be, it seems like not many pastors won't even want to talk about it, but it's out there. It's out there right as I speak. And I think it's just the nature of sometimes, maybe if you are in these very lowly, downtrodden positions in life, that sometimes nobody else wants to. I mean, I met people that were in those positions when I was working at COA, that church down there, man. I met people that were like, they stole things because they were like addicted to meth, and they stole things from their family to sell it for drugs. They stole things from their friends to sell it to drugs, and then everybody exiled these people. Like they just we don't want to. They just totally, their friends exile them, their family exiles them, and then they're just totally like cast out. And then what's the most eye-opening thing was for me was like, then they would come to the church, and I'd be like, what in the world? Nobody else wants to help out these people except, well, I mean, maybe not nobody. I mean, I guess there's probably some people that want to help them out, but it seems like sometimes this is when, it's almost like this is when people sometimes, unfortunately, actually go to the church for help because nobody else wants to help them, or maybe very few people want to help them out, right? And it's very eye-opening when you see things like that, and it's something that I don't think is really brought up into the light that much, but it's out there, and I honestly think it's actually growing. I mean, maybe the Lord's going to make it even more apparent or something like that, right? Where it's just like, it's just going to get so crazy where it's like, what do we do with all these homeless? What are we even supposed to do, right? It's like, I don't know. It's odd, right? But yeah, anyway, let's read this thing up in here. I just want to say, be careful when you're out there, but just know that there is a very, very, oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. I totally forgot about the two levels, the two sides, right? Well, that was like the very extreme side of like the dark. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say the dark, but I don't know what word I would use. Maybe lost soul, like like the people that have just there's people right now as I speak. There's people that they don't care anything at all about their life. They're just out there homeless. They have no inhibitions to help their life out. They think that everything's just as it is, right? And they're just gonna their life can't get any better, right? It's crazy, right? But then also what's weird is in the homeless scene, you'll meet these strange believers that are sober, that are very smart sometimes. I met some very smart individuals that had so much scriptural knowledge, and they're just homeless, bro. And you're just like, bro, why are you out here? I mean, I didn't say that to them, but it's like, I'm like, dude, why are you out here, dude? You have good speech, like you have all this scripture in your mind, like, bro, it's like I don't understand why you're out here. And it's so weird because as I look back at it, I just go, well, maybe the Lord has them out there because nobody else wants to help out these people, and it sounds crazy, right? And it's like, man, it's just so weird. And I just, it's very mysterious. I just want to say that but it's also a very scary scene, the homeless Christian scene. In our modern society right now, it's a very scary scene because there's a lot of drugs, there's a lot of mental illnesses and stuff like that, which if there's any pastors, I think what would also be really cool for pastors to make is it'd be very cool to see the homeless in Jesus' time, when they were going, when the downtrodden, the least of these, and in Jesus' time when he was alive, and how every century and how every every civilization, how are there any similarities from all of these civilizations on the homeless, the downtrodden, all these stuff. Like, I feel like right now we might be at it seems like it's just super gnarly now, and it's because of the drugs, man. Honestly, I think it's because of the drugs that it's like causing so much crazy stuff. And people I don't know, man. It's kind of gnarly. It's actually not kind of gnarly. It's just straight up like, It's actually really, really gnarly. That's wild. Yeah, it is wild. It's crazy. The thing is, it's kind of odd. It's just really weird. And I don't know. I think a lot of people don't know how to fix the situation. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think it's the drugs. It's these people that, because I know there was this saying in Long Beach. It's actually a very strange saying, but it's called hooking them and cooking them, right? If you go to Long Beach, these people talk about it, right? And the thing is they hook people by putting a little bit of drugs in stuff, just a little bit of drugs, right? And then you get people to get hooked on something, and then basically they get so hooked, and they like to hook people that are kind of more like younger, living with their parents, teenagers and stuff like that, because they know if they get these like younger people addicted to these substances, they know their parents have like money at times, and they'll just steal things from their parents, go and sell it and stuff like that, and they call it hooking them and cooking them, man. It's unfortunate. There's a lot of souls, unfortunately, right now, just wandering the streets right now because they got addicted to substances when they were younger, like in their teenager, and they stole things from their parents and their friends, and then their parents just basically kicked them out, and then they now they're out there just homeless and stuff like that. Unfortunately, still addicted to some of these substances, and no regard to these drug dealers, because sometimes these drug dealers, all they care about is they just know that they just see these people as like money signs. They know that these people are the gnarliest fiends, that they will just break into cars and steal things and go to a pawn shop and they just know that they're it's almost like this monetary thing, and I mean maybe that might bring in a weird level to it all, right? And yeah, it's actually really crazy. But anyway, but in all of that, I have met some very, very strong believers. I'm going to be honest, I feel like some of the strongest believers I met were in some of those situations, because man, it's like sometimes you're like, holy moly. It's actually wild. It is actually wild for me thinking about it. But let's read this commentary. How is God's strength made perfect in weakness? 2 Corinthians 12:9. And I have read this one before. I am pretty sure I have read this one before. Let's read it again. Man, it's already been 32 minutes. Are you kidding me? Holy chabunga. It's already been that thing took 32 minutes. I should have just read the commentary. Many of the principles of God's kingdom are paradoxes. When the Apostle Paul pleaded with God to remove his affliction, one he called a thorn in the flesh, the Lord said to Paul, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my strength is made perfect in weakness." 2 Corinthians 12:8-9. The New Living Translation says, "My grace is all you need. My power works best in weakness." God's strength is made perfect in weakness because he delights in taking situations where human strength is lacking to demonstrate the greatness of his power. And I think it's weird because I keep bringing up like the homeless and stuff like that, but I will say, man, there is also this level that I've seen is like people, like, instead of just giving up all hope and turning to meth and fentanyl and drugs and all this stuff, they turn to God, right? They turn to the Lord, right, for strength, instead of just trying to numb the pain, that the psychological pain or even sometimes physical pain with substances, right? But then I have noticed some homeless people, what they'll do is they turn to God and they go, "Man, let's go to church. Man, the church is helping us out. We're gonna try. And it seems like they keep getting stronger. Like they keep getting resilient. And also another level that I've observed is that they're content, even in the situation that they're in. They're content, right? They're a lot more chill and more level-headed, and and it's something I feel like you guys have to like observe and understand. Not just like you're talking to some of these people just a little bit, but like you actually getting to know some of these people. And it's something that I feel like everybody has to just really just observe, because it's wild, man. It's like I feel like my words don't do it. My words don't do it justice, because like you just have to like you guys got to go seek it out, I guess, if you guys want to. But it's really mysterious. But just be careful and stuff like that. Anyway, let's keep going. God's denial of Paul's request for healing turned out to be a blessing in the apostle's life. One commentary explains that the thorn kept Paul from imagining himself as a spiritual Superman, and revealed to him the reality of his human morality and weakness despite his extraordinary revelations. The thorn also kept Paul pinned close to the Lord in trust and confidence. And that's from Barnett P., The Message of 2 Corinthians, Power and Weakness, from 1988. Paul stopped protesting his situation. Man, I totally messed that up. His situation, and began to boast and even take pleasure in his weakness, so that the power of Christ could work through him. That is why, for Christ's sake, I delight in weaknesses, in insults, in hardships, in persecutions, in difficulties. For when I am weak, then I am strong. 2 Corinthians 12:10. Paul expressed the paradox of his condition, that in his frailty, he was strong because his strength came from Christ. Man, isn't that crazy, right? And it's weird because I feel like it just makes me remind me of some people, man. I mean, even like, man, I know I brought up the homeless situation because I probably met more of those people than I have people that were like in prison and stuff like that. But I mean, bro, I have met maybe a handful of people that were once in prison and they turned their life over to God, and it kind of got them through all that stuff. I mean, what would you do if you just lost everything? You just went to prison, your family don't talk to you, nobody talks to you, bro. You would be like, that would be pretty scary, I feel. I've never experienced that myself, but I have met some very, very zealous believers that had to go through, maybe not had to, well, they did go through stuff like that, right? And God gave them strength in that. And it's almost like when everything fell apart, right? It's like God was there to kind of like to kick them up by the bootstraps and just keep and give them something to hold on to, right? And I feel like that happens to a lot of believers. Like, I mean, I feel like that situation kind of even happened to me too. And I think that happens to a lot of people, right? And I think, I don't want to say every believer that happens to, but I think that's something that we need to remember. And I sometimes I would even like to say, if we were to even lose everything, I mean, imagine if we lost everything right now, but just everything, we just lose everything, right? I would really, really like to say that if we were to meet some other believers, earnestly some other believers, and go to some churches or something, you would probably find some help. Even if all your friends, your family left you, I'm pretty sure you could probably find some help. And it's weird, right? I'm in an earnest sense, and some earnest believers, because I know there are wolves in sheep's clothing and stuff like that, which that's a whole nother Bible study on that end. But God is amazing like that for sure, yeah. And it's crazy, right? And thinking about that, it makes me think about wilderness seasons too. It kind of even makes me think about Moses and stuff, how he was in the wilderness, right? And not only Moses, but also like Elijah, right? Which I actually started this off with this Ravenclaw, right? Which I actually got this in that's the whole crazy thing. I actually got this in Long Beach on this. I found this dead raven on the streets, man. When I was helping these homeless people out too, it's so crazy. And it's just like, I'm just always reminded, like every time I pick this thing up, I'm just always reminded of Elijah and how Elijah was said to live by the brook by Cherith, and the ravens came to help him out and give him provision and stuff like that. It is wild. It is actually really crazy, right? And not only that, well, there's a lot of wilderness seasons, and sometimes I wonder. I always say I want to do a Bible study on wilderness, but I always end up forgetting, right? But I also want to say I think wilderness seasons are different. It's not like, I know there's a lot of scriptures that these people actually had to live in the wilderness. That's all. I feel like living in the wilderness is even gnarlier than just being homeless nowadays, right? Because being homeless nowadays, you can go through the trash. You can, you go through the trash, find some actual good food because you know that they threw it away today, or you go and beg for some money or something like that, right? But I'm going to be honest. Sometimes I feel like when we read some of these characters that literally had to live out in the straight wilderness, like in the woods and stuff, like in the deserts and the woods and stuff like that. That's a whole nother level, because that's like you need to have like bushcraft abilities. Maybe not bushcraft abilities, but like you gotta at least have some sort of bearings of your environment and stuff like that. Or you could think about Elijah and how he was provided for by ravens. Try to think about that as well. let's keep going. I'm trying to keep it on topic because I feel like it's so easy for me to like think about a topic and then just like totally like go into this whole other. It's almost like a whole nother Bible study you could go into it, right? And I've almost done that like 5 times already. I think I have to like keep remembering, keep it with this one, keep it with this one, which I actually really like. That's kind of why I like these commentaries, because like the commentaries kind of like keep me like, it kind of gives me this like a little bit of framework of like, okay, we got this. We gotta stay to this topic right here, hopefully. Christ's power is made complete. Oh wait. Words made perfect in 2 Corinthians 12:9 mean fully or entirely accomplished or made complete. Christ's power is made complete. It is able to fully accomplish its purpose. When his people are weak and depend on him for strength, when we, like Paul, stop resisting and complaining and let the power of Christ rest on us, we make room to receive countless unexpected blessings from the Lord. By allowing God's strength to be made perfect in our weakness, we have the opportunity to display God's glory flawlessly. The grace and power of God interlock with human lives at the point of mortal weakness, writes Barnett. I've never heard of Barnett before. I don't know if you guys have heard. I've never heard about that guy, but let's keep going. Over and over, the Bible gives examples of God's strength manifesting when his people are weak. Moses, the great leader of Israel, was deeply aware of his human shortcomings. Exodus 4:10. When the Lord called him to go to Pharaoh, Moses cried, "I am not adequate. Please send someone else." But God replied, "Go anyway, Moses, because I will be with you." Exodus 4:12 through 15. Kind of weird. I feel like that's not what I was thinking. I keep thinking about like the wilderness story, but they didn't bring up that one, right? So you got to actually take that with a giant grain of salt. I think about the wilderness and weakness sometimes. I don't know, maybe I feel like that's kind of, is that not relatable? I feel like that's totally relatable, but that's why I got to take my words with a grain of salt, because sometimes these commentaries don't go into what I'm thinking about sometimes. That also reminds me of Gideon. Surprisingly, Bambina. Ironically, Bambina, this is actually the very thing that we're going into next. Gideon's story proves that God can accomplish great things through people who forget about their human weaknesses, trust in God's strength, and obey his guidance. Judges 6:14 through 16. And of course, most notable biblical example, Jesus Christ, was crucified in weakness, but now lives in the power of God. 2 Corinthians 13:4. Man, I almost feel ashamed that I've kind of I didn't even really think about that one, right? He was crucified in weakness, right? Man, that is actually really gnarly to think about. 1 Corinthians 1:27 teaches, "But God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise." I don't know what that... Man, I feel like I'm going to have to do a Bible study on that. I feel like that is very, very strange. Let me read that again. That's like just odd. But God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. That's weird, right? It's like, it's so... No, I don't know, right? Because it's like, man, that's really... It's almost very hard for me to think about that verse, because I just go... Like, how... Like, because I feel like that's very subjective, right? It's almost like... I feel like if we were to ask most people, okay, what do you think are the foolish things, right? It's almost like... I think people would say different things on that matter, but I might be wrong on that. Bambina, you say, "It is like a perception of the first shall be last, the last shall be first, or Jesus coming as a servant." Yeah, that is such, those, I remember those verses. That's actually some really good verses on there, right? Wow. You know, and here's actually another weird thing. I know I keep kind of going back to the homeless thing, but I just can't help but think it's just so mysterious, dude. I don't even want to laugh because it's just brutal. It's just gnarly, but man, it's just like, I'm almost like flabbergasted. I don't even know what to say, but I would even like to consider, because also I've been doing a lot of listening to Roman history. Shout outs to Told in Stone, by the way. You guys should watch this guy. Let me put him on. I can't shout him out because it's on YouTube, but YouTube Told in Stone. That guy right there, Told in Stone. I like to listen to a lot of his videos and stuff like that. He gives a lot of interesting Roman lore and history and stuff like this. And one that stands out to me, which I find fascinating, is how Rome was this crazy empire that spread so far and vastly, right? But what's so weird is that Rome fell, right? And it's so odd that even in the fall of Rome, Christianity still survived, right? It still survived. And even thinking about strength and weakness, I mean, it's weird for me to say this. Sometimes I wonder, what if God even had, the Lord even had bands of homeless believers out there right as I speak, just as a kind of a fallback plan? You know, what if just society were just to collapse right now? What if all the banks were just to just close their doors, everything just shuts down, or there was this crazy virus that just hacked every single computer, or some EMP or something like that? I would like to think that, you know, people could just survive out in the wilderness and just live out and, you know, without anything. It's just like, you know, well, I think, you know, if Christianity could survive the fall of Rome, I would like to think that Christianity would survive the fall of even our modern civilization. And sometimes I even think maybe that's why the Lord has Amish and Mennonite people in terms of believers, which I know some people don't agree with all that stuff, but it is kind of very interesting. Because I also do watch a little bit of Titus Morris, which he has a very interesting viewpoint on life. I don't agree. I'm going to be honest. I don't agree with a lot of things he says, but the thing is it is very, very interesting because this guy just like lives out on the land. He used to be, I think, in the Amish church or something, but then he got they kicked him out or something like that. So now I think he was even in the Mennonite, but now he's like starting up his own church or something like that. It's kind of odd. But this guy he's learned things from the Mennonites and the Amish and stuff like this, and he just lives out there, bro. He doesn't even worry about any of this stuff, I think. Well, maybe now he does because he's a little bit more, I think, ingrained with technology a little bit more just because he has a YouTube and stuff like that. But it is very strange. And sometimes I go, man, is the Lord just having these people out here just in case society just were to crumble, that maybe they could be shining their light, being like, well, society collapsed. Well, we're doing it this way. Like something like that. I don't know, right? It's take everything I just said right there with a grain of salt, but sometimes I ponder upon that. Where was I at? I totally lost my place. Okay. It gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Even youths grow tired and weary, and young men stumble and fall, but those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. Isaiah 40:29-31. When we are in a position of need, it allows us to see how much we need God. 2 Corinthians 1:9, 3:5, or 13:4. The more aware we are of weakness, the more God can reveal his power through us. Now we have this light shining in our hearts, but we ourselves are like fragile clay jars containing this great treasure. This makes it clear that our great power is from God, not from ourselves. 2 Corinthians 4:7. And the last paragraph, everybody. God's strength is made perfect in weakness when we put our faith and trust in him. The Lord's presence is all we need in times of weakness. His great power and sufficiency rest on us as we find our strength in him. As he is glorified, we can say with the psalmist, my flesh and my heart may fail, but God is the strength of my heart and my portion forever. Psalms 37:26. Man. Now see, they didn't go into a lot of things that I actually talked about. So all the things that I actually kind of interluded on that stuff, please take everything I say with a grain of salt, but yeah, you know. And that was the Bible study, everybody. I would read multiple commentaries, but sometimes I do like sometimes, man, lately I feel like the commentaries that I've been reading, they're like these longer commentaries. But I like finding the commentaries that are very, very short and concise, because I like those ones because I feel like you could just read a bunch of them. Just like, oh, I'm just going to read like 5 of these little commentaries, right? I kind of like that, but sometimes reading the longer commentaries, it's hard to be like, oh, well, let's read 4 other commentaries when that commentary just took 30 minutes to read, you know? But maybe that's what you guys can do, right? But yeah, that was the Bible study. Hopefully we learned something. The other thing is they didn't really go into boasting in the weaknesses. Like, they didn't even go into how that might even encourage other people. You know, it's kind of odd thinking about that, right? And so there's a lot of things they didn't really bring up. But now what we're going to do is we're going to do a card draw. And let's see what artwork we draw. And hopefully you guys learned something. There's a lot of mysterious believers out there. I think God has us all, and when we think about 1 Corinthians 12 about the many members of the body of Christ, it's weird actually. There's a lot of different believers out there. It's like, and I know sometimes we don't get along or something like that, but I'd like to think that God is somehow placing us where we need to be or something like that. Maybe for some ultimate purpose. Maybe we don't even know the purpose of why he placed us in some areas. But so if we just continue to try and give God the glory and acknowledge God in all our ways, hopefully he will guide us and direct us. Now we're going to do a card draw. Let's see the artwork that we draw today. For some reason, these things take like an hour. I've been like trying to do these things in like 30 minutes, these Bible studies, but for some reason, it's like it always goes to an hour. It's crazy. There's some people on YouTube, they do like 5-minute Bible studies, man. I'm like, holy moly, how do you do a Bible study in like 5 minutes? That's like gnarly. Like, that's like, I mean, shout outs to them. Maybe I should take a leaf out of their book or something like that, because like that's like hard for me to do. I feel like I would just read the verse and think about a couple sentences and then be like, oh, you know, the Bible's or something like that. Shuffle, scuffle, 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 scuffle. Let's cut this thing. All right, let's do the card draw. First card of the day. Interesting. Illuminated wings. I feel like I haven't drawn this card in a long time. Illuminated wings. Kind of like the flavor text. Uriza not thought for a moment. Uriza not thought not of war and destruction, but of freedom of the skies. Number 2. Staff of the wild magus. This one reminds me of Aaron's staff and how it budded. Number 3. Oh, interesting. Soratami Seer. It's kind of odd. This one kind of reminds me of the Bible study we did today. The flavor text anyway. This is not a Bible verse, by the way. The mirrors show 2 worlds, that which is and that which should be. Now, it's actually kind of strange because seers are mentioned in the Bible. I think they're just like people who see things or something like that. 4. Ooh, holy day. Holy day. Number 5. Ooh, test of faith. Interesting. That looks cool. Test of faith. This one reminds me of Proverbs 28:1. The wicked flee that no one pursue, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. Ooh, wow. Test of faith into renewed faith. Look at that. It's kind of funny. This one kind of reminds me of the Bible study we did yesterday. On encouraging other people, everybody. Exhorting other people. The Bible, the commentary yesterday went into, hopefully our faith would actually encourage other people's faith. Which I feel like I have met many believers that are like that. There's something about them. They just encourage you to just keep going or something like that. 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 7. Huh. Sustaining spirit. Some cool artwork. Wow, it's kind of interesting. It says, faith is our greatest protector. Wow, that's so funny. We drew test of faith. Dude, that's so crazy. This little draw right here, we went test of faith, renewed faith, and then sustaining spirit. And then it says, on sustaining spirit, it says, faith is our greatest protector. Man. And for the last card of the day, what will it be? Oh, interesting. Ghost Warden. Another spirit. Man, that thing was crazy. Now, if I were to ask you guys, do you guys think the Holy Spirit is a shepherd? What do you think, Babina? Man, that card looks gnarly, huh? Sometimes man, how crazy would it be if we could just see into the spirit realm? Man, that'd be just so gnarly, right? And that was the hand for today, everybody. I think the Holy Spirit guides us like a shepherd would. Yeah, huh? I think so as well, huh? Man, it'd be man, just imagine we could see into the spirit realm, man. That'd be so gnarly. Like it just, actually, maybe it would be maybe you wouldn't want to see in the spirit realm because maybe you would see a lot of things that maybe you wouldn't want to see. You'd see some bad things. Some unclean spirits. I'd be very scared. And that was the hand for today. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna ride our bike now. Oh, it's actually kind of funny. Thinking about that, I have this with me right over here. Just because I really like the artwork on this one. But this is, I only own maybe about 4 movies. This is one of 4 movies I actually own. Is this movie right here. Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within, which is kind of funny that I just brought up certain things that I just talked about. I don't want to ruin anything about the movie, but man, dude, what I really liked about this movie right here, it had a really bad rating. A lot of people did not like this movie. But what's really cool about this movie is that, like, it was like more of like, because you know, like you see like a lot of like 3D animated movies, and it's like kids movies, you know? It's like, oh, we're gonna watch Cars or something like that, right? But what was cool about this movie was this was a full 3D movie, like 3D animated movie, but it wasn't like towards kids. It was more like towards like young adults or I guess maybe grown-ups or something like that. And there's this part of this movie, which this isn't really spoiling anything, but there's this part of this movie that always stands out to me. And there's this part of this movie where the thing is it was like memory, like memorizing things. And the thing is it's almost like, it makes me think about like memorizing scriptures and like how, because I feel like if we can better memorize scriptures, we can better apply them to our actual everyday lives. It's weird. But even just looking at that thing was gnarly. It just looks so crazy. Anyway, let's ride our bike now. I was actually thinking maybe I should just play the music on my laptop right here, because maybe that would be easier. So now what we're going to... Oh, yeah, maybe I should make a Twitter post thing. We actually are going to make a Twitter post thing. That's what we're going to do. So what we're going to do is go in here. Make a new post. Just like so. Put this one in here. I actually really dig the character we did. It was kind of weird. Many days I look back at the characters, man. I'm like, man, I think it's crazy, but this one seems pretty solid. I kind of being solid about that one, except for the cart. The cart was hard, but I feel like sometimes we just have to go through the cringy drawings to get to the gnarly drawings. That's what it seems like anyway. Drawing from yesterday stream. Inspired by Matthew 25:45. And Hebrews 13:2. I'm live right now if anyone wants to ask questions or share verses. But then what we're going to do, you can't even see, it's all, we're going to take the very stream, and hopefully you guys will do the exact same thing, because I learned this from other believers, so hopefully we would just chain it off to other people, because I feel like it would actually maybe help for us to become better fishers of men. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the link to this very same stream right here. We're going to paste it in just like this. We're going to our hashtags. Put I like to put two little periods right there, and then what we're going to do is we're going to our hashtags right here. Hashtags. And if anybody's out there, this really speeds things up, speeds up the process. And I've learned this from other believers. I mean, I learned so many weird things from some certain believers, but this is another thing I picked up. They have different stream things. And we're going to Christian art. This one right here. We're going to copy and paste all these, which I actually think I have to get rid of a bunch of them, but we're going to paste this in here. And now I actually have to get rid of 50 characters, unfortunately. So, yeah, we're going to have to get rid of a bunch of these things. So, let's go and take these ones out. I guess maybe I might have to take some of this stuff out here too. I wish it could be a little bit more easier to put more words in here. Okay, we have 8 we got to get rid of. Let's see here. We'll get rid of this one. Boom. So we're going to post this. And that is our little post that we made very quickly, right? Now, the other thing is if you guys don't need to put the drawing in there, you don't even need to do this. You guys can also share verses, which we'll just do a verse right now because it's really simple to do. We'll go Matthew 25:45, 25:45, because that's kind of the one that we did for the drawing yesterday. And we just go over here. And we literally just copy and paste this right here. So let's, I wish I had a timer right now. How long does this take? So, okay, so just copy and paste this, just like this. See? Copy. Then we go down here, we go over here. We will literally make another post right here. Boom. We copy and paste this one right here. Boom. Just like that, we write in Matthew 25:45. Matthew 25:45. We do another return. Now what do? We go to our hashtags. We go up to our Bible verse one that we have already pre-made. We go over here. We copy and paste this entire one right here. Copy. Boom. We go back to this post right here. We paste it in here. And just like that. And that's how fast it is. you could just mass up. I mean, there's some believers out there, bro. They're posting a verse like every 2 hours. It's crazy, bro. It's like boom, 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 boom. It's almost like you don't even have to think about what you're posting. You just look up a verse. Oh, I looked up a Bible verse. Boom, I'll share it with somebody. And just like, keep doing that. Like, have a minute that? Yeah, it's pretty crazy how fast you could do it. So maybe if you guys are, and you guys also don't have to use your real name. You guys could use an alias, you know. But I think maybe if you're maybe have social anxiety, you don't want to, maybe you have a speech impediment or something, which Moses had I'm pretty sure Moses had a speech impediment. But besides the point, if you're, that could be a ministry way you could go about it, or we could do a weird ministry where you could like, oops, I go like that. You can like, you know, just draw something. Like you could go like, a little circle, a little plant growing out of here. Like this. And we could do like a cross. It didn't really look like a cross, huh? Like that. I can't really see it that much. Like that. And then you could just go like Luke 8:11. This is a piece of chalk that I found on the street. And maybe you don't even want to use words. You could just write something, or maybe not even, you can just draw a little doodle like this. I don't know. Maybe look up the principalities. Maybe that's not the right word. Maybe look up the law code, which I'm pretty sure you could just do chalk anywhere, because, stuff, you can dust it away, right? And now it's, I think you could do chalk it. I might be wrong. Maybe look it up before you go and do it. I don't want you guys getting in trouble. But that is a way you could do it. Maybe even we do one with a little bit of... There we go. Maybe that might even be... So we have actually almost added in a new little ministry thing, right? So now we actually have a weird little ministry. Now we have the Bible study. Now we have the chalk study, and now we have the bike riding thing, and then now we're going to do the drawing thing. And so now we're just gonna try and do the chalk thing now too, because I feel like maybe that might encourage some people. So we're going to go to our stream manager. We did a stream marker right there, and we're going to stream mark that, and now I'm going to save that, and then eventually that will be a YouTube video right there. Alright, let's ride our bike now. Let's put the BMX video and stuff on here. BMX video? By the way, if you guys want to see how it goes, by the way, it's hard for you guys to see this, but you can see this is where I'm at right here. Go over here, we take this up in here, we make this a little window right there, like that. We have our image slideshow right here that is on a folder. We push this over here. We'll make this one smaller. Like that. Now we're going to... so there isn't anything incriminating on me. Maybe that's not the word. to a BMX video. And maybe even a music. I think I might actually just start playing music on the laptop because I think it might be easier for me. We're going to go to our flat stream. Let's push it down to 360 pixels. Or actually, I am going to play the music on the other thing. I think about it. I'm going to do shuffle playlist. I'm going to make this smaller. Just push it down over here. And now we can have some BMX here, because I just feel like watching me ride BMX is probably not that fun. Because I'm going to be, I feel like now, but I kind of like having this right here, because now I'm kind of more in like grind mindset, because I need to get better at different tricks, because I keep just doing the same tricks over a lot, so. There we go. Just like that. That is our setup, if you guys were wondering. Blank cat, blank cat, blank cat. Okay, let me zoom this up a little bit more with this. I'm gonna go a little bit more scale. Push this over here. Check our PSI. Let's work on stuff that we're not good at. Get some really close that we're not good at. Maybe I'll play stuff. Wow, the commercials are brutal on this thing. Man, they're like putting so many commercials on this thing, it's insane. Is this thing all the way zoomed out? Darn, I stepped on the chalk. Chabungo. I got so used to doing it bar small. I changed the category. I don't think I did. I'm gonna play BMX streets. I've also been trying to work on the backwards manual kind of thing. That. You gotta work on double-footed tricks. Just so bad at. I'm just always just going to be bad at those tricks. Guess there's also Funky Chicken Tail. There's also this one too. Oh, I almost did it right there. We're actually starting to get that one a little bit. That's a hard double foot trick. It doesn't want to work. Dude, I actually rolled it for a little bit. That was the best one I've ever done. I kind of think there is a downhill slope, because I feel like it's harder doing it that way. you just gotta be really chill. Like, you can't make any, like, little sudden movements. Dude, I feel like those two tricks definitely help each other out.
For a little savings, Specialist Miller buys in bulk. For a lot.
Double-footed tricks are hard. Why are they so hard for me? I don't understand. I think we're gonna just I think these two double-footed tricks are really gonna help the cooking. Ooh, almost lost me there. Maybe I should just have like double-footed days. That's where it refers to. I could set up something right there for the ice pick. Lord. Oh, there's 36 people in here? That's crazy. have a single fan here. Oh, they're outside. Not a single thing was landed in here, but I guess we're working on things we're not good at, so try it anyway. Oh, we're practicing backwards manuals too. I'm trying to think, how could we film this? Wasn't I practicing? seems super bright out. That's odd. Cool, so there's like something I could like zoom in and you could see it. It's so bright. It's just absurdly bright, I think. Yesterday it was like really dark, today like it was really bright. There's gotta be something wrong with that. Sure, because like if I put it right there, it like changes blue, right? Right when I go to that, it's like, it's really odd. I wonder why it's doing that. Maybe I need to change some sort of setting. There we go, that looks better. I need to raise the camera. wish we could just like 180 and do like 2 cranks. Look at that. Darn, I freaking held that one for a little bit. It's so hard, I don't know. I feel like I'm just always going to be bad at the cliffhanger. It's not getting me. For some reason this thing like attracts so many ants. Well, my computer has a bunch of ants on it now. Surprisingly, no. Mount Moriah, thank you for the lurk. We just chilling up in here. I lost my other glove. Go. So hard to take off. Maybe we should just practice. I need to practice a couple. Let's just see what we get just to find out. Okay, I need to stop doing this again. It's like I can't really get it every time. I'm trying to do a techno-hander out of it. Let's just do a techno-hander. Potato one. So we did it kind of. Sketchy. It's like so like, I'm so scared to do it. I'm bad at techno-handers. Oh well, it's okay.
Man, some people just really just bunny hop extension, bro. Like, they can't do it very good. Mine are like this. I'm all scared. Oh, I tried one. I guess that doesn't matter. I'm not gonna go through. That might be the thumbnail. I guess we could practice doing the foot jam to one. It's hard to like not turn. That's like the worst that'll happen. You just kind of squirrel off. I was like, I'm so scared of doing that for some reason, but like when you get that first one out of the way, it's really not bad. I guess it can get kind of gnarly, but. Maybe I should do it when it's a little lighter out. Now it might kind of spook me now. What? Let me try it. I'm glad I wore the gloves though, for sure. Because I generally feel like when I don't wear the gloves, I like blow out my hands a lot more. And just because my hands get sweaty. I have my phone right here, so I'm seeing it. Little lizard. Those are getting pretty fun. I used to have them pretty good, but I lost them, so kind of sure. Really the worst that happens with that one. Oh, come on. I just want to get into another manual. honestly harder with a free coaster. It's weird because some people said it's easier, but I think it's harder. I don't know what most people think. I think it's easier with a cassette because you have pedal pressure. And some people are getting really good at this trick, I'll tell you that. I should have just kept going with them. I kind of started just... I freaking just stopped doing this trick. Do a G-turn, G-turn. Oh, it's definitely good. I feel like you just gotta I think if you just put your legs in the forward after you finish that next G-turn, I think you could get into another G-turn. Like you just gotta keep leaning forward a little bit when you land. G-turn, G-turn. Yeah, that'd be cool. Alex Jumlin. Almost did it. Fudge. That was all so close. That trick's really rare for me to land. Man, I almost landed it right there. Oh, it's so close. I think just the landing's the hardest part. You just gotta land it blind. You just gotta land it by feel. I am Pebblies. Hey, what's up? My bad, I haven't looked at the chat. Oh, that was it. That felt so good. I'm just doing manual out of it. Felt so good I was about to do it. Holy little ground squirrel! Dude, you don't let anything break your spine. Trying to go back into a manual. Shouldn't be that hard. Squirrel, 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 squirrel. Remember to drink water, everybody. Now sponsored by
water.
There's a lot of tricks I want to learn out here, but let's just see if we can beat our record. We did 3 cranks yesterday. Let's see if we do 4 today. This trick actually can kind of do it in the dark. I think it's just my gearing, because I used to be pretty good at this. Guess we've lost it, everybody. You guys up? What do you guys do? Trying to get 4 cranks. This, huh? Some people could just do it forever. It's insane. I'm on level like 1 now. Feels like I totally lost this trick. Almost like you could be like a little character. Little character. draw now, I guess. It's nice just being out here, but there's mosquitoes, so I'm gonna get out. Yeah, you're good for the back. grab a light. That's pretty cool. That's fun. That was a solid day, huh? You guys ready for some ghost stories? Just kidding. Yeah, it's not really. I mean, I guess there are some ghost stories in some weird way, right? Oh, let's go draw, I guess. I'm getting bit up by mosquitoes. Oh yeah, I was gonna make a stream marker. That might be the stream thing. Mosquitoes. Oh, I'm getting bit. Fudge. How did people used to get not bit by mosquitoes back in the day? Oh, light. That's Oh, that's why. It's not all the way in there. See if we can see the man. Whoa, dude. Gnarly, dude. Imagine all the people that have stared at that same moon, dude. Yeah. I don't even know where to go. I'm kind of tired. Well, that's some pretty cool shadows. I'm kind of tired. Maybe we'll draw something little like a sheep or something. Oh, I'm tired. I don't know if I'm going to draw today. I've got a bit too many mosquitoes today. We'll just do like a sheep study. Alright, I'm going to take a break, and then I guess we'll draw like something simple. Right back.
Let's see here. Maybe I'll just do like a, I haven't done like a graffiti piece in a while. I guess those are nice and fast. Man, I kind of totally forgot I used to do those things. There you go, we'll do it. How should we do this? Bambina di Dulce. Man, you still watching this stream? That's crazy. I don't even know what I'm doing. I might even just end the screen. I'm trying to tired. I've been really trying to do a drawing every stream, but it's starting to catch up to me. So let's see here. What should we do? You know what, I guess maybe we could just do a character. Because then if I just do it that way, I feel it will be easier. But also, it's like I'm trying to think about like the weakness thing, and it don't make no sense to me. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. God is glorified in our weaknesses. How should we do this one? I mean, I guess we could maybe just do a cross. Sow the seeds. Sow them seeds. Seed baby, seed baby, seed baby. Really trying to think here. I mean, I guess what we could do is just do... See, that's why I like just doing like the bike characters, because like sometimes when I know I'm just going to draw the bike in that perspective, I can just kind of be like, okay, well, I'm just going to draw like a character in that perspective or something like that. Because also the other thing is sometimes when I do the drawings, I kind of think about the Bible study, but then there's many times where like I can't really relate the Bible study to the drawing that I'm doing, and I just can kind of just relate it to a verse. So we're a little confused at the moment, everybody. I think we might just even just not do a drawing. Maybe we'll just do like little scribbles. I mean, I guess I could show you some of the warm-ups that I normally sometimes do. Or I actually haven't done them in a long time, but there are some warm-ups that I used to do a lot of times. What to watch here? Today might just be break day, everybody. I'm tired. You know what? Let's just do a graffiti piece. Maybe that will just be easier to do. I actually not. But then I guess I could just stitch the two little thumbnails that we did. Just try and draw a quick character. Maybe. I think all these songs are copyright free too. Man, I'm looking at some of these old characters that I did. Man, there's some of them that are really trippy. You know what I could do? I also could just be inking the characters out. Inking the characters out. We got like the graffiti pieces we used to do. I got kind of burnt out doing the graffiti pieces. It kind of just seems like you got a little burnt out doing those ones. Interesting. Huh. Get a piece of paper, just doodle. Let's just do some warm-ups, I guess. I'm just messing around. I guess not totally messing around, we're just doing gestures. See, that's the other thing about these is I have to like, it's either I'm going to do a full-on character or sometimes I wonder if this is Vicky Gomez's local spot. See, I normally do just characters in the 3/4 pose, which are just super easy. We don't have to think too much, but these little thumbnails you really can explore. Wow, that's a crazy trick, man. Vicky Gomez is so gnarly. This guy right here, he's such a gnarly writer. Actually, what? I'm gonna put that video in the playlist actually. Flat screen. I'm gonna look up Vicky Gomez. Oh, that would be kind of cool. Maybe doing like a shepherd knight. I kind of do like doing the shepherd knights. Those ones are kind of fun. Maybe. Do you like the gnome geometry or proportions? Or not gnome, a hobbit. D5. What if we did like a knight? That would be so funny. What about like a little hobbit knight? That might be kind of funny actually, because if I put a big shield right here, that might actually, I wouldn't have to draw as much. Man, should I do the shield? I don't know if I should do the little shield right there. If I do the shield, I can't really. What about a little buckler? I think we're going to commit to this one. Just don't know what else we're going to put on that one. don't know what we're doing right here. Donkey, person. Maybe it could be holding a big cross. Is this copyrighted? I think it might be. Oh, darn it, it is copyrighted. It is copyrighted. Well, I think we're going to do this one. It's kind of crazy. See, that's the thing. Sometimes, some days I'm just like, I don't want to draw anything. But sometimes you just got to start small. And you just gotta, I feel like you just got to work up that momentum. Well, we're drawing this thing here. Oh my goodness, I had the break time thing on this entire time. Oops. That thumbnail actually worked out pretty good. That's weird. What happened to my chat? Oh, maybe it's because. Oh, my chat doesn't work. That's weird. Where is it? Huh. My chat don't work no more. Where is it? Properties? I don't even see it anymore. It's odd. Huh. Oh well. I don't know what happened to the chat, everybody. I'm gonna have to look at that because now it's all broken. Now I guess the thing is, what verse am I even going to put in this one? That's the problem. Maybe I shouldn't do that one, because now I'm thinking I don't know what verse to put in there. I mean, maybe we could have a bunch of seeds growing. Am I ready to just commit to this drawing right here? Let's just go for it. I'm running out of time. I just gotta send it now. It's either I'm gonna finish this drawing or I'm gonna give up on it. Let's just send it, I guess. Yeah, let's just send it. All right, let's see how this one goes, I guess. Whether we eat or drink, let us do it all for the glory of the Lord. I just don't know what verse I'm going to put. I mean, I guess I could just put Luke 8:11. All right. I'm trying to draw the donkey first. Darn, I should have maybe pushed them more that way, because then I can maybe put a verse. I kind of don't want to put a verse right here, huh? I guess we could just lightbox right now, eh? Huh. I guess I don't, man, huh? I really don't want to waste time. I might have to just send it like this and then... Yeah, I really don't want to wait. I mean, I could just lightbox it right now and then just scoot it over that way, but... Darn, I really do want to lightbox it now. Fudge. It's like, what would you put back here? You can't really put anything. Oh, let's just lightbox it. I haven't really done this in a while, but I mean, I guess we could just redraw the entire thing too. Or I could just not waste time, because I could just crop it that way. Yeah, let's just move it. Let's just move it, even though I should have just kept with that one, because now I gotta redraw it all. I need to use a new thing. This is like messing up this plastic thing. Just realized that. What we could do, maybe this could be... Just don't like how there's all this room right here. Yeah, because we should push it back just a little bit, because then we can put the verse down here. Maybe? Huh. Because there's just so much room right here. I don't know what I would do right there. Let's just redo it. Sure, it's over on this side. I wanted to keep it in the middle, though. Now we have a little bit more room over here. Oh, I need to push the character up just a little bit. I guess we could push the donkey a little bit more up then. Yeah, this one looks a little better. Yeah, for sure. This one definitely. Because now we can put the verse right here. Okay. All right. We're going to send it then. Let's send it. Let's send it. No, I messed it up, fudge. Yep, darn. I rushed this because I'm supposed to do this in a 3 proportion. Yep, darn. This is supposed to be 1, 2. I guess we could, man. Let's just keep going with it. Squirrel! I wasn't even going to draw today, I'm going to be honest. But I've kind of made it a habit now, so now I'm just almost out of sheer habit, we're just drawing. Donkey, and it sounds actually really funny. The donkey is actually proportioned, well, some donkeys anyway, are actually kind of proportioned like a BMX bike. Sounds completely ridiculous, but if you actually look at a BMX bike, see how it's 3 circles? It's basically 1, 2, 3, if you look at the proportion of that. What's funny is donkeys, or some donkeys anyway, are almost in that same proportion. Look, it's 1, 2, 3. The BMX bike is the donkey of the bike family. That's funny. Okay, let's see if we can get some of this down up in here now. I'm doing Hobbit proportions, by the way, which is like 5.5. 4, 5. This is what this proportion grid is right here. Now, I will say I always have trouble like placing the head on here, so what I'm going to do is we're going to build this up very subtly with the line of action. That's supposed to be the spine of the figure. We're going to work on our 3 immovable masses now, thinking about these as blocks. So this is head, torso, pelvis right here. But the thing about these characters, which I don't really know specifically, is I was taught kind of like the normal proportion. This is like Hobbit proportion right here, which is a little bit more. I don't know exactly how the Hobbit proportion exactly works, but now let's clean some of this up, because I'm not sure with the leg either. Okay, let's split this. So since we have this 3 movable masses, we're thinking about this as the pelvis that is sitting on top of this donkey. This. Right, and then since we know that this is a block, I can split that in half and know that that's generally where that leg is going to be, somewhere in there. And then we can go 1, 2, somewhere in here is supposed to be at the end of the foot. I think right there is supposed to be at the end of the foot. I am Pebblies. Greetings there. How goes it? Okay, I think I'm going to put the leg a little bit more down. Another cool drawing. This one I'm actually kind of forcing this drawing. I actually wasn't even going to draw today, but I'm kind of tired today. But we're here drawing. How's that?
Got most of it done.
Okay. Just liking everything? Holy moly. I mean, you didn't have to like everything.
Well, there's some I couldn't, going back and forth, trying to find the next one, because they're not in order.
Yeah. It's okay. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. You can't function when you're tired? I'm kind of just like physically tired. I guess not really mentally tired, I'm just physically tired. Which, man, I am on this playlist. This song's an hour long. Let me change the song. Go. Okay, let's see. So I'm trying to arc these real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. So that should be like, see how this is like right 5.5. I guess that's another way you can kind of do it. Is just kind of imagine this as arcs. I have been noticing my line work's getting a little looser, especially on these underdrawings. I used to be a lot more like exact, right? But now I'm starting to realize I'm actually starting to just kind of scribble a lot more. I'm kind of holding the pencil a little bit more like this, if you guys haven't noticed. You know, but when I do some details, I'm like much more up here in the pencil, right? Like that. But when I'm doing like this loose kind of like, I'm kind of more out here, just you know, experimenting. I feel like this isn't really on the shoulder, but we might just keep it like that. I was kind of going with a little indication of the drapery, but I don't know if we're going to go with that yet. Okay, I think we're going to commit to some of this and just send it. I keep saying that, but that's actually what this pencil really does feel like. It's, you know, when you go into it, it's kind of hard to come back from it. Let's establish some of this now. I don't know what to watch. Let's see here. One of my favorite BMX is this one. I might actually put the shepherd staff a little bit more like on his shoulder right there. Try it out just a little bit more. Alrighty then. I think we're going to clean this up. Just indicate this real quick. Okay, let's clean this up. And then we will do the bread reading technique, which is working on the hardest areas first. I kind of want to just watch this video. This is actually the song for this. Let's actually see if it's copyrighted. It's still copyright free. Wait, how do I do this? I just put it over here. I kind of want to like put like a. I haven't like done cloaks on characters. Cause that would make it look funny. Cause it's like he's riding a donkey, but then like it's like this cloaked figure. Man, I haven't done a cloak like that. I wonder if I should. Yeah, maybe I should. It looks weird. There's like a lot of... Huh. Maybe not putting the face in there. Because I know that's what some people do. They like... You know, you can kind of get away with... I honestly think drawing the portrait's easier than drawing maybe a cloak. It looks weird. It looks kind of scary. We're not going for scary. We're going for... we're not going to do the cloak. Never mind. Bad idea, everybody. No cloak for this guy. Thought that would have actually been pretty cool, but I guess not, huh?
Getting everyone in your home on the same page about energy use is hard, so we're making it easier. Excel Energy offers programs and services like a home energy assessment and smart thermostat rewards, plus rebates to help reduce the cost of energy upgrades in your home. We make energy decisions easier.
How are we gonna do this, everybody? How are we gonna do this? Gotta find this character. It's like this is like playing a video game. We just gotta grind for a character or something. Trying to grind for this level. Like this. Ah, this is cringy. Like the most subtle little thing changes a lot of these characters. Because now he kind of looks like stoned or something. See how his eyes like... How do I do this, everybody? How do we do this? my goodness, this character's weird. Trying to make him happy, but fudge, it looks so cringy. He looks stoned with his eye like that. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. Should I go with it?
In 2011, a couple tech grads had the seed of an idea. They wanted to use machine learning to make farming more sustainable. So they teamed up with us to create a machine that can tell the difference between a plant and a weed. And now we can reduce herbicide use by more than 2/3. It just shows a little teamwork can make a
It's almost, we have almost got it a little bit, I think. Yeah, you'd be happy you were in a donkey. Holy moly. I think I maybe want to do a more round nose, maybe. Trying to go for Hobbit feel, so. That is what we're trying to go for. We're trying to go for Hobbit-esque. Might want to push that just a little bit more up. What the? I kind of want to characterize the nose a little bit. I almost kind of don't want to hit the nose, but I kind of want to see what would happen if we kind of just go more like round. Kind of like Samwise-ish. Yeah, this is a hard character right here. This one's actually kind of challenging now. It's kind of fun. Trying to figure out. I might kind of tummy. Oh, funny. I think these erasers are really nice, by the way. Shout out to these erasers. Are there any hobbits that have beards? I don't know. Man, I mean, it kind of looks like a hobbit, I think. I feel like that head kind of does look hobbit-esque. Maybe not all the way, but... Holy moly, this one's we're entering into the cringe level right here, but we're trying, I guess. Bang, 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 bang. Okay, I need some like RPG music. What should we listen to? What should we listen to? Let's see here. Oh, I know what we can listen to. We can listen to crazy drawing music. Where's that drawing music at? Where is the drawing? Here it is. trying to draw like maybe the cloak, but no, that ain't working. That ain't working. Kind of don't like the. Let's go with like circle ones. I'm just gonna try and change it up, but. Okay, I wasn't even doing the full Brad Rainey. The full Brad Rainey technique is working on portrait and then hands. So I'm starting to like, I got a little distracted here. Man, that was terrible. That looks like such a weird hand right there, but sometimes like I feel like if you just kind of like just do the shapes just a little bit, like kind of get away with it. I always like trying to get like this shape right here. I always connect these fingers into one big mass. It's easier to do that and then put the little, instead of doing this one and then this one, just connect that and then split it in half. Okay. I kind of got a little bit of this stuff wrong. Oh, I know I got a lot of this stuff wrong, actually. Looks really weird right there. Sweet. Tricep. Alright, let's do the staff. It's getting in the way. So now when I'm drawing, it just feels like I'm just tripping out. You're just like, what in the world? Just things just start morphing. You just see strange things, man. You see strange things when you draw, dude. Well, we've entered in the cringe realm, I'm gonna be honest. But that's why I like doing these drawings in one sitting, because even if it's the most cringiest thing I draw, I just go, all right, well, my bad, I'll do it. I'll try to do it better next time, everybody. I apologize if I offend you. I'm sorry, everybody, if I offend you. Let us bear fruits for the Lord. That's great. Thank you. Man, I was literally about to put a giant cloak on this guy. Isn't that crazy? I went against it because it looks very, like, ominous. When I was younger, I would have done it for sure, because it's kind of funny, because when I was younger, if I didn't want to draw a portrait, I actually would have just drawn a cloak on top of it. did actually try a different species of plant right there, but I kind of don't like those sharp ends because this guy's very like roundy. I'm not going with that species plant. I need to put it on a playlist. I've been really digging just watching the Dave Smith stuff. This one's actually really good at it. And I know this music's ridiculous, everybody. I'm just trying to get into getting in the cringe, alright? Sometimes I need to listen to cringy music to draw a cringy character. I would never listen to this riding my bike, though, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, let's continue. We did kind of want to make this guy a little bit more, I mean, I don't know if I can make him look tough because it's kind of like hidden right there, but I'm trying to give him a little bit of a Samwise build. These characters are hilarious, man. Like, straight up just playing like a video game, bro. Welcome, everybody, to BMX Bible Adventures, where you can be a part of the story. And hopefully we can make disciples of all nations. We're gonna put a little little leaf satchel right here. Actually, maybe not a leaf satchel, maybe just a normal one. Satchel right there. What do you got up in there? I don't know if we should just do a rope belt or just a normal belt. I think we're gonna just do a rope belt. This area's gonna be hard. I don't know what I'm doing right here. Just keep going down this way. Oops. This guy just has like weird ripped up shorts, I guess. Take my armor off. I'm still wearing my freaking armor. Sometimes it cuts off the circulation of my legs. Alright, what am I doing? Throw some big old feet on this. Have it. Funny. You know, it is, you know, now I think about it, what's actually really strange. Isn't it weird how, like, in a lot of games, like, people go on these, like, weird adventures and, you know, like, the band of heroes goes out into the adventure. I mean, even if we think about Lord of the Rings, you know? I mean, it's almost like glorified homelessness, right? I mean, I guess that's not really homelessness. I guess that would be more, they're just going on an adventure, but it's kind of like they're homeless. I guess homeless for a little. And this guy only has, I mean, I might have to put another. Here we go. kind of work on some of this stuff. Draw the Bible, everybody. Everybody just think I'm crazy. Sometimes when you're drawing, it just feels like you're tripping out, man. I gotta say, man, you see weird things when you start drawing, man. Weird things, man. You see weird things out there, man. I don't know, it just feels like we're just entering into a little portal. It's hilarious. We're just listening to this music. It's freaking. We got Joel over here just shredding it. My bad, Joel. I probably shouldn't be. I probably shouldn't be listening to this music. These tricks are super hard. I feel like this music's not doing it justice. Let's really honor it to the Lord now. So, yeah, how hard is it, everybody, to put a cross in something, right? If I could ask the Lord one question, I'd be like, Lord, do you really want us to steward everything, or do you want us to steward just some things? Because I've been really tripped out when pastors say we're supposed to steward everything. I just go, am I even doing this right? I mean, is there ever a time when you just steward everything for God and it's just... It's like, I don't know, man. That's, I guess, why we can't fear, right? Perfect love casts out fear. Just gonna send it all to the Lord. That was kind of hard. Kind of got a little messy right in there. What is this? Who is this? Oh man. I've entered the cringe, everybody. Oh well. We're this far in, we're just gonna send it, we're just gonna keep finishing it, I guess. I'm this far in, I might as well just, you know. Okay, what am I doing here? Let's go into here and then we'll kind of work our way. How funny would it be if I just put a bike in the back right here? Yeah, like the little plant halo is kind of funny, huh? Gonna be honest, the donkeys are hard though. See, I know how to do, I won't say I know a lot, but I know a fair bit of, you know, the anatomy, the landmarks of the anatomy. The thing is the donkey now, we're entering into a realm where it's just, we're gonna have to send it. That's what we're gonna do right now. Kind of want to put like a, we won't put it. listen to something else. Actually, I haven't listened to stuff in the back. Ooh, that's a weird look. Sounds like a weird song. You can watch different writer. Let's see here. Which writer should we listen to watch in here? Let's watch this. I don't know about these little lines right here. Kind of just guessing. I have drawn, this is probably like the 5th donkey I've drawn. It looks like a woolly donkey, honestly. Looks like a woolly donkey. I think we would see this guy's foot, by the way, on the other side too. What if I made it a unicorn donkey? We ain't gonna do that. We ain't doing that. See, sometimes when I do the final line layer, it just doesn't work out. Like this one, it didn't really work out. This is just ridiculous. Let's put a little seed for the God's word. He's been planting them out there. Some would even say he's cultivating the plants out there. He just hurls seeds at people. Maybe not hurls, but... Oh, I kind of pushed it a little bit too close right there. Let me move that one. Bunch of mushrooms and stuff. I guess we should draw maybe a little squirrel or something. This song is ridiculous. I need to change the song. What is it? By the way, we're listening to a game soundtrack. The song is weird though. Where am I going to put the verse? Little squirrel right here. pretty funny that we went from drawing a gnarly homeless dude yesterday to drawing this guy. I kind of like palmed it right there. It's all dirty. So note to self, I need to use, because I was like going over up in here. Well, hobbits like mushrooms, so I guess there are a bunch of mushrooms up in here too. I don't even know, oh man, this drawing was cringy. Oh well. We tried, everybody. I wasn't even gonna draw today. This is ridiculous. Oh man. But we're at 5 hours. I mean, man, this drawing actually turned out pretty quick. It's actually kind of crazy. I guess because I just like full on just speed rush this one. Wow, I thought it was 7 hours right now. We're actually making pretty good time. Where's my playlist at? There it is. For some reason, it's like, just because it's like all dirty over there, it's like not catching it. Like the line weight's all weird. Okay, let's just keep going with it. We've entered the cringe, everybody. Man, I was going pretty strong, and then now I'm getting lazier and lazier and lazier. What in the world? Oh my goodness, everybody, this is... Oh well. God is somehow glorified in our weaknesses. Man, look at this dude, man. This one was gnarly. Honestly, I really like this one. What the? What in the world? What else do I could put in here? I guess we could do the halo better. And I also need to move that and get over on that side too. I guess I'll just do Luke 8:11 right there. Really speed rushed this to the finish. Trying to make it look like even and uniform. That's kind of the hard part right now. I put a lot of detail right here, but also it's like... I think I'm calling it. I'm tired. I wasn't even gonna draw today. This is ridiculous. I have been drawing these characters though. I think this might be like the third one that I've done. Actually, it might be the fourth one that I've done. Like mounted hobbit. Oh, 1, 4. Now I guess I should put Luke 8:11 in here now. Luke 8:11. The seed is the word of God. This one's cringy. Oh well. We gotta go through the cringe to get the good ones, I guess. I guess this one's lighthearted. It's kind of funny because if you were to tell me to draw this when I was younger, there's no way I would have drawn this, but I'm kind of happy though. I would probably drawn like a demon or something later on when I was younger. I mean, not later on, but when I was younger. Now the parable is this: the seed is the word of God. Let's just put it right up in here, I guess. Where can I? Yeah, I mean, I guess that would kind of work right there. I'm wondering if I could fit it all in there. I'm gonna have to write it very small, I think. Uh-oh. Now the parable is this. Well, the parable is this: the seed is the word of God. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. We're almost done, everybody. I know this one was cringy, but oh well. Can't go back now. We gotta just send it. Okay. I'm gonna push it down right there. See, that one's a very short short verse to put in there. Luke 8:11. I guess we're called to be fishers of men too. Maybe I'll put a little fishing hook on his shepherd's staff, and I'll put maybe a little fishing thing right there. Just a little Easter egg. What does a fishing hook look like? Darn, I kind of don't like the look of that. It's like there's two. Maybe I shouldn't put that one in there. I always have been trying to put the fishing hook, but now it only works for some of them. I feel like if I didn't put that sleeping bag right there, it would have worked a little bit better. Oh, darn, no. Let's see here. I kind of want to put some more plants. Start. Just put in more plants and more plants and more plants. As we can. Maybe a couple more, maybe another mushroom right here. Make it all lush. Like there's just a bunch of life, everybody. Life. Life, life, life. Life, 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 life. Life, not death. Life, not death. Man, I think if I actually did, man, it's like a part of me actually just wants to go in and now I want to like, because then maybe if I did kind of detail the stuff at the bottom, it would kind of maybe make it a little bit more unison. I guess that's what we're going to have to do, fudge. Oh well. Maybe not. I'm tired. I guess we'll just put our signature and call it a day. I wonder if I could put my signature somewhere. Let's see. I guess I'll put this right here. That's how we draw a cringy character, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Till the next episode. Man, I just keep, the more I look at it, the more I just want to keep fiddling with it. That's the other thing about doing these drawings in one sitting. Like, the more I look at it, I'm just like, oh, I need to, like, fiddle with it more. Okay, I'm just gonna just call it. Now, if I wasn't as tired, I actually probably would go in with the pencil and then, like, kind of, like, really go in with this detail to kind of, like, make it a little bit even. But I'm tired. Okay, so we're going to put it on the wood thing. Take off all the gizmos. Okay, we're taking off the gizmos. Gizmo. This. Okay, everybody. Holy moly. How did I go from not... I was literally not going to draw anything to drawing this. It's crazy. Man, that is a trip right there. Okay, so this is some close-ups of this drawing. Try to draw a happy character. Got a water bottle, got a little satchel, got a sleeping bag, got all this lush plants, which I need to start drawing like some more flowers. You got like some ferns, some flowers, some mushrooms. Some people have said if you see mushrooms in soil, it means that it's healthy soil. There's good like ecosystem or something like that. There's a verse we put in. Now the parable is this: the seed is the word of God. And I feel like that's such an easy one. Like, because I actually didn't know what verse I was going to even put in this one, right? But just trying to think about how I could give God glory in some way. And I feel like this is one of the easiest ways I found. You just draw a Bible, put some crosses on it, and put a little seed right there. You can put that verse in there. That, everybody, is the thumbnail for the day. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't even think anybody watches this stream anymore. Let's see here. I would maybe raid. No, I'm not gonna raid anybody. Maybe we could just raid maybe I could raid somebody that has no viewers, or like barely any viewers. Maybe that's what I could do. Let's see. I think that's what we'll do. Go to Stream Manager. We'll go to. Let me see here. Actually, no one's even watching the stream. It's all good. Peace out, everybody. We out of here. I'm tired. I am tired, everybody. Farewell. Continue to try your best and have fun. I apologize if I have offended anybody. And we out of here. I'm tired. Time to go to bed. Peace out. Peace out, travelers. Peace out, travelers. Try your best and have fun. Adios.